Good morning, distinguished delegates. I now declare open the 822nd meeting of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. Distinguished delegates, this morning we'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll continue and suspend our consideration of Agenda Item 7, Report of the Scientific and Technical Committee on its 61st session, pending informal consultations on the draft resolution for a UN-designated Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense. We'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 8, Report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session. There will be 6 technical presentations at this meeting. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. I now turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Poland. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I congratulate you on your election and I wish you every success in conducting this session of COPUOS in the collaborative Vienna spirit. We're grateful to Mr. Omran Sharaf for his excellent leadership as well as his dedication to COPUOS activities throughout his term as chair. I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to Ms. Arti Holamaini, the director of the UNOSA, and her staff for their efforts to ensure effective management of this session of COPUOS and its subcommittees. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Poland aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of the European Union and wishes to make some additional remarks in our national capacity. As we continuously advocate for full respect of international law, including human rights and humanitarian law, we remain deeply concerned by humanitarian crisis and ongoing conflicts in the world. Poland maintains its unequivocal condemnation of the war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and violations by Russia of all the norms and principles of the international law, including the United Nations Charter. We express full support for and solidarity with Ukraine. In the ongoing annual cycle of work, we were able to find consensus on many issues despite political tensions. In this context, we would like to emphasize the importance of respecting the mandate of COPUOS, what allows us to address urgent, crucial outer space issues and to cooperate in a good faith. On many occasions, Poland has stressed its commitment to the multilateral diplomacy at the COPUOS and its subcommittee forum. Throughout the 65-year history of the committee, for 23 years, the legal subcommittee was under the Polish chairmanship. Currently, the working group on legal aspects of space resource activities has been operating under the Polish chairmanship. We are grateful for your trust and we would like to underline that COPUOS should still play a central role in space diplomacy and space governance due to the fact that the largest challenges confronting outer space today are of intrinsically multilateral nature. Furthermore, taking into account the dramatic growth of the space actors, including private entities, our responsibility is to reinforce the centrality of the committee and of the outer space treaties. They should remain fundamental framework for the whole international community and for all stakeholders undertaking space activities. Chair, the actions carried out now may have implications over the coming decades. For this, Poland has reinforced its engagement in outer space issues over the ongoing annual cycle. During the mentioned 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, the Polish chair of the Working Group on Legal Aspects of Space Resource Activities, Ambassador Misztal, and the Vice Chair, Professor Freeland, committed to submit until January 2025 an initial set of recommended principles for space resource activities. It's a great challenge and a very complex task. We highly appreciate the proposal of Romania on a consultative mechanism on lunar activities. I have the pleasure to announce that we are ready to join an action team on lunar activities consultation as soon as the team has been established. We hope to work together to preserve Moon's natural environment and sustainable character of lunar operations. Chair, let me now turn to depict several activities of Poland undertaken with our partners. Referring to the agreement between the NESA and the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Poland, the Space Research Center of the Polish Academy of Science is constructing the instrument on the NASA-led Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe mission in the frame of Global Wind Structure Program. Poland has recently signed several agreements with the European Space Agency, as a result of which the Polish astronaut will be transported to the International Space Station by a US company and will test technologies and conduct experiments developed by Polish space entities. Moreover, he will perform educational activities for school children and students in our country so as to promote space science and technologies among our youngs. The Polish Space Agency signed the Declaration Zero Debris Charter towards a safe and sustainable space environment and continues to develop the National Satellite Information System for receiving, storing, processing and sharing satellite data together with the necessary infrastructure. I would like to emphasize that Artemis Accords signatories continuously recognize COPUOS as the paramount multilateral forum for outer space activities. Since Artemis Accords set out a framework for cooperation in the civilian exploration and peaceful use of the Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies, we believe that they may have contributed to the development of existing norms of international space law. Chair, it's our responsibility towards future generations to ensure the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space, to preserve outer space natural environment by the cooperative, responsive governance of space activities and by the development of norms adopted by consensus. We reiterate that COPUOS, having a great merits in laying down fundamental outer space principles, norms and guidelines, should remain a unique platform for international cooperation on outer space issues. Even if we have different values, history, culture, and economy, we share a common goal of a long-term sustainability of outer space activities, including rational use of its resources. Thus, we are obliged to preserve the centrality of the committee, and we must not allow COPUOS' position to evolve. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland for her statement, and I just want to remind the distinguished delegates to keep their statement within the 5 minutes maximum period. I also noticed that the Russian Federation is raising a flag. May I ask you, is this a right of reply or a point of order?
This is point of order, Chair.
Point of order, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We'd like to support you and point the committee's attention to the fact that, again, a state is violating the procedures for conduct of sessions, again, in their statement, touching upon topics which have absolutely nothing to do with the mandate of the committee, and again, abusing time. Here, a delegation just said that she respects the committee. we call upon everyone to do so and to stop these breaking of the rules.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Chile. Please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of Chile, we wish to convey our satisfaction as you chair our work. We would also like to thank the Director of UNOSA, Arti Holamaini, and her team for the preparations for this session. Chile aligns itself with the statement delivered by the G77 in China, and our national capacity wishes to add the following. Chile is signatory to all international treaties on space and supports the principles promoting the exclusively peaceful use of outer space. We are committed to the aims and purposes of this committee of preserving outer space for peaceful uses and promoting initiatives that contribute to preventing an arms race in this area. We acknowledge COPUOS as an instrumental platform to develop on a consensus basis global governance of activities in outer space. Accordingly, it is crucial that we implement existing global governments and establish frameworks for space traffic management, space debris elimination, and activities related to space resources. Chile is convinced that it is this committee's responsibility to establish fora in order to discuss these matters. Chair, in particular, we wish to underscore the contribution that space science and technology have made to socioeconomic development in our countries, to sustainability of natural resources, and to combating poverty. It is fundamental that these efforts are carried out based on a principle of equity and that we avoid impeding or limiting access to space technologies for developing countries. Our national space policy, adopted in 2014, updated in 2023, seeks to promote the peaceful use of space to prevent its militarization and promoting the generation of an extraterrestrial system for the benefit of all. This implies dialogue of all stakeholders, both public and private, as well as the ongoing participation of civil society, academia, and the scientific community. Chair, for Chile, the protection of dark and quiet skies is of particular relevance. We have benefited from our privileged location in order to work together with international institutions, promoting scientific investigation, sustainable tourism, and protecting our national flora and fauna. We believe that in COPUOS' Scientific and Technical Committee, we are able to find solutions to help mitigate the impact of large constellations without disregarding the fundamental role that these technologies play for humankind. We equally welcome the launch of the FastSat Delta satellite on the 12th of June, which is part of a 13-satellite constellation strengthening our access to space-based information. Moreover, through the Partnership for Economic Prosperity in the Americas, APEP, Chile is leading the APEP space with U.S. support. APEP space seeks to promote regional cooperation in the civil and commercial space sphere, bringing together 12 countries that are the members of APEP. The aim of this undertaking is to strengthen technical and industrial capacity in our region in order to progress towards meeting goals in the areas of social applications, technological development, and ensuring responsible conduct in space, as well as further development of human capital. Chair, we are certain that under your leadership and with this committee's support, we will be able to find appropriate responses to these shared challenges we face. We encourage the private sector, the civil society, and other interested stakeholders to participate and to contribute to the intergovernmental processes related to safety, sustainability of outer space. Finally, we underscore the need to convene a Unispace 4 Space Summit in 2027 in order to continue our progress in civilian space priorities. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Cuba. You have the floor.
Señor Presidente, nuestra...
Chair, our delegation wishes to commend you for your election to the helm of COPUOS and equally to commend the co-chairs and to convey our full support to you in fulfilment of your mandate. We restate our position regarding the exclusively peaceful use of outer space in equal conditions for all states, free from discrimination, and in full compliance with the established technical and legal norms. We welcome Djibouti's request to join the committee and trust that through Djibouti's membership we will be expanding the universalization of space policies. In keeping with our peaceful aspirations, my country supports the principle of the non-placement of nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction in outer space, and supports the preservation of outer space as the common heritage of humankind. Equally, we support the existing legal framework and promote efforts made to develop a legally binding instrument to prevent an arms race and to contribute to guaranteeing the harmlessness, safety and transparency of activities carried out in outer space. Chair, pursuant to United Nations General Assembly Resolution 78/72, we must do more in order to benefit from space technology and its applications, broadening the range of activities that promote economic growth and sustainable development in all our countries. Accordingly, this body should promote policies that strengthen data infrastructure, build resilience, and reduce the consequences of natural disasters. Once again, we reject the application of unilateral coercive measures which, given their nature, violate the right to development and restrict access to the benefits of cooperation. And as such, we must affirm that deplorably the impact of the criminal blockade waged against Cuba impedes our access to the benefits derived from space activity. To conclude, Chair, we underscore the need to further strengthen and revitalize this committee's work as well as of its respective subcommittees. Our goal must be adopting decisions that promote cooperation in order to uphold the exclusively peaceful use of outer space. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Uruguay. Please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Uruguay commends you upon your election, and at the same time thanks the Secretariat of Outer Space Affairs and its director, Arti Holamaini, for their painstaking work in preparation for this meeting. Chair, we assure you of our utmost cooperation. Chair, we are at a historic crossroads for international cooperation when it comes to the exploration and use of outer space, and Uruguay is staunchly committed to contributing actively to these global efforts. Accordingly, we fully believe in the leading role that this committee plays as a unique platform to serve international exchange and cooperation regarding the peaceful uses of outer space. We recognize the critical importance of outer space when it comes to sustainable development and technological progress. Our recent adherence to the Artemis Accords reflects our commitment to international cooperation, as well as to peaceful and sustainable space exploration. Not only do these accords provide a framework for lunar cooperation, but they equally reflect our shared values of transparency, interoperability, and responsible use of space. In the same vein, we are also considering our cooperation with the Chinese Laboratory for Deep Space Exploration. Both of these agreements are aimed at strengthening space diplomacy and developing guidelines to govern future work in the sphere of lunar exploration. This cooperation for our country, a neutral, impartial country, sees international cooperation as an essential pillar for space exploration progress. Chair, my country established the Center for Space Aeronautic Research in 1975 in order to investigate and promote further study of aeronautic and space matters. Currently, we prioritize the unification of our national space policy for the long term under the aegis of a single entity in order to develop the applications of space technology, thus contributing to socio-economic and cultural development in our country. We are now in the process of establishing a legislative framework which will comprise a space agency. In 2020, we set up a committee on space affairs, and since then, our country has harnessed this new impetus reflected in the new legislative framework. Moreover, we have adopted 2 complementary decrees aimed at filling the legal vacuum and complying with international agreements that we are party to, by establishing a space policy board as well as a national registry for objects launched into space. The development of a national space policy board as a public interministerial entity enables our country to meet the demands of the private sector and to ensure that our country is outwards looking as regards space matters. In so doing, Uruguay has been able to participate at various meetings organized by space agencies, such as the meetings organized by the Italo-Latino-American Institution, as well as the Organization of Ibero-American States, in addition to academic conferences as well as industry events. In 2024, this enabled Uruguay, alongside the Italian Latin American Institution, to organize the first international seminar on space law in Montevideo. Moreover, a draft law has been presented for the establishment of a Uruguayan space agency under the aegis of the Presidency of the Republic, an agency with its own technical autonomy. This project is our first space law, and the development of this law will include key definitions taking into account the latest recommendations of the General Assembly for national legislation in this area. The purpose of the law, therefore, is to meet the need for coherence and transparency when it comes to the authorization and monitoring of space activities. Chair, furthermore, the private sector has also indicated its interest in investing in our country in various device launch projects for small satellites. We are therefore in the process of considering the viability, both from legal and technical angles, regarding a space bridge in our national territory. There are several advantages, namely the possibility of launching from Uruguay to polar orbits and equatorial orbits from the same point, without having to fly over neighboring countries. We equally have social stability, institutional solidity, the absence of relevant adverse climate events, conducive business environment, allowing us to serve as a logistical hub, in addition to tax incentives and a well-developed telecommunication system and an innovative dynamic ecosystem. To conclude, we restate our commitment to the fundamental principles of COPUOS and look forward with interest to further cooperation with all committee members in order to progress in our shared mission of using outer space for the benefit of humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Uruguay. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Paraguay. Please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Paraguay aligns itself with the statements of the G77 and wishes to make a number of comments in its national capacity. As this is the first time that my delegation has taken the floor, allow me to commend you and to convey to you our full support and cooperation. To you, Dr. Sharif Sedki, as Chair of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. COPUOS. My delegation equally conveys its gratitude to Director Arti Holamaini for her introductory statements and thanks the UNOSA Secretariat for their preparatory work for this current session. My country congratulates UNOSA for the definition and presentation of its vision and strategy for the period of 2024 to 2030, the 5 goals of which are closely aligned with Paraguay's goals for the office. My delegation accordingly wishes to support the convening of the 2027 Space Summit. Furthermore, we would like to thank all states with space capacity for the financial support that they have provided to the various UN-OSA programs, while at the same time encouraging them to sustain this support, given that this is the only office within the United Nations system with an exclusive mandate for outer space affairs. Paraguay sees international cooperation as a necessary and fundamental component when it comes to the development of space activities. As a tool to attain this goal, we promote the peaceful use and exploration of outer space for the benefit and interest of all countries, in keeping with international law, to ensure that access to space is universal and equal for all. Therefore, we highlight the cooperation agreement that has been signed between the Paraguayan Space Agency, AEP, and the International Cooperation Agency of Japan, JICA, in order to develop our national capacity in the space sector, focusing on agriculture, livestock, and disaster mitigation inter alia. We also underscore the implementation of the first educational program for remote sensing for secondary school students in Paraguay with support of the NASA Disasters Program component and ESRI Panama. Working with the National Space Agency, our government is seeking to develop national space technology. As such, the project known as From Paraguay to Space has entered its second phase and has led to the completion of the development of Guarani Sat-2, which is the first 3U nano satellite designed, built, and assembled in our country. My country expresses its gratitude to the Mexican Space Agency, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the University of the Republic of Uruguay, the Polytechnical University of Bari, the Astrodyne Company, the Italian Astrodyne Company, and other public institutions, as well as Paraguayan academia, for the cooperative efforts in order to help build our national space capacities. Moreover, my country wishes to commend the Portuguese Space Agency for organizing the conference on the management and sustainability of activities in outer space, carried out in Lisbon, the 14th to 15th of May, in advance of the upcoming Summit of the Future. We also note with satisfaction the consensus that has been attained regarding the title, scope, and duration of the agenda item known as Dark and Quiet Skies, Astronomy and Large Constellations, addressing emerging problems and challenges, with a view to its recommendation to this committee for its inclusion on the working program of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. My delegation attaches particular importance to future debates on this matter. And finally, Chair, allow us to restate our gratitude for the cooperation that we have received from our partners, from our allies, and to restate our commitment to all international instruments regarding outer space that are part of positive law, as well as Paraguay's national space policy, our National Plan for Development 2030, and the Sustainable Development Goals, to ensure the peaceful use of outer space to improve the quality of life of all of humankind. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Paraguay for his statement, and now I invite the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a nation striving toward progress, the Islamic Republic of Iran admires the stride made in outer space exploration for peaceful purposes. The record number of objects now orbiting signifies a collective ambition that transcends borders, culture, and economies. Despite these advancements, a critical analysis reveals a stark imbalance. The space sector, while flourishing, is dominated by a handful of nations with the advanced technological capabilities and financial resources to invest heavily in space exploration. This has led to an unfortunate situation where the space divide mirrors the economic divide on Earth. The growing interest in space has not translated into equal opportunities for developing countries, which often lack the infrastructure, expertise, and resources to participate meaningfully in space activities. The discussion at this August body underscored the urgent need for addressing issues such as the equitable use of geostationary orbit, exploitation of space resources, and the legal implication of mega constellations. The current frameworks governing space activities do not adequately address the concerns of developing countries, which are at risk of being left behind in a space race. We hold the conviction that the current legal framework requires to be strengthened to guarantee that outer space remains the common heritage of humankind. It is imperative to facilitate universal access, with a particular emphasis on empowering developing nations to outer space and its resources. For developing countries, international cooperation and capacity building in space knowledge and technology is a necessity for their contribution to mankind's endeavor for exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes. The transfer of knowledge and technology to these nations shall be prioritized. Selective approaches toward assisting member states shall be strictly avoided. The Space for Sustainable Development initiatives should be the platform for empowerment, not just a slogan. It is essential to ensure that the benefits of space technology are distributed equitably, enabling all nations to contribute to and benefit from the space economy. We must also advocate for a more inclusive and equitable space environment. The future of space exploration and its benefits should not be the privilege of a few, but the shared heritage of all humankind. Mr. Chairman, the development of satellite mega constellations could lead to the saturation of important layers of low Earth orbit, as well as limitation in access to this strategic region by developing states. In addition, the expansion of satellite mega constellation could even increase the risk of collisions for spacecraft passing through these crowded orbits. All space operations, including satellite constellation, must follow international law and respect national sovereignty. Despite the ITU Radio Regulation Board explicit decision during its 94th meeting, which emphasized that unauthorized Starlink transmission within the Islamic Republic of Iran's territory violate pertinent ITU regulations and resolutions, the United States, as an associate administration, has not yet adhered to this ruling. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its dedication to resolving this matter under the applicable international law, including those outlined by the ITU, as reflected in the ITU's RBB's decision. Furthermore, Iran reserves its sovereign rights to undertake appropriate measures consistent with international law to preserve its territorial integrity. Mr. Chairman, the mitigation of space debris has become an issue as the number of space objects orbiting the Earth has grown exponentially in recent decades. Space debris pose a threat. The space-leading nations especially bear a significant responsibility to address this growing problem, including by mitigation and removal of them. We believe that any steps toward addressing this issue shall ensure the fostering of a cooperative environment that does not impede the rights of developing states to partake in the exploration and use of outer space. Mr. Chairman, given that the space resources are the common heritage of all humankind, the exploitation of these resources must be governed strictly within the bounds of space law and regulations. Considering the existing international space law, the notion of safety zone on celestial bodies such as the Moon and Mars has raised concern, particularly regarding the equitable utilization of outer space. Such measures could potentially contravene the fundamental tenet of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, especially those articulated in Article 2, 6, and 9, which emphasizes non-appropriations, international responsibility, and the conduct of activities in space within due regard to the interests of all countries. Mr. Chairman, developing countries suffer from a lack of expertise as well as enough expertise in space operations and space situational awareness, SSA. This hampers their ability to make informed decisions and effectively participate in international space traffic management efforts. Additionally, many countries often lack sufficient access to comprehensive data on the space environment and the accurate, up-to-date location of space objects. To protect valuable space assets and maintain safety in the space environment, advanced modeling capabilities to predict close approaches of space objects and orbital maneuvers to avoid collision are required. To do so, countries require software and hardware that are not readily available to many member countries. Lack of indigenous SSA capabilities along with dependence on data sharing limits developing countries' from responding promptly to potential collisions. Mr. Chairman, I conclude my statement by emphasizing that the Islamic Republic of Iran champions a future where every nation is empowered to contribute to and reap the benefits from outer space, ensuring its preservation for future generations. In this spirit, my delegation eagerly anticipates collaborating with you and other delegations to ensure a fruitful session of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. And thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to express my country's pleasure at seeing you chair the work of this session. We thank the staff of UNOSA and thank Director Holamaini for the preparation for this meeting. Costa Rica aligns itself with the statement delivered by the G77 in China and wishes to make the following comments in its national capacity. Chair, we note with deep concern the unbridled increase in military budgets as well as the development and modernization of weapons, including weapons of mass destruction. Costa Rica once again reiterates its call to prevent an arms race in outer space, in particular those developed countries in space matters, and calls for the effective promotion of transparency measures, ensuring space exploration is upheld for peaceful purposes exclusively. We are pleased that the revised version of the Pact for the Future reflects the significant role played by outer space on the global development agenda. We participated actively in the process that led to the Summit for the Future and recognized the value of including the peaceful, safe and sustainable use of outer space in the Secretary-General's report entitled Our Common Agenda as an essential component with a view to a sustainable future, recognizing this as a common goods to be used for the benefit of whole and therefore in need of global governance. As such, we support the Secretary-General's proposal to develop global frameworks for space traffic management, space debris elimination, and exploitation of space resources. These initiatives could be further developed through tangible multi-sectoral implementation mechanisms in order to promote development in keeping with the agendas for Space 2030. Chair, space exploration promotes innovation and international cooperation, and in this same vein, we believe that space exploration is an ideal site for achieving professional growth and development of current and future generations. We will continue supporting space initiatives, particularly in order to inspire our youth based on a strategy that includes gender equality, diversity, inclusiveness, promoting the involvement of youth, women and girls in space sciences. Turning to the industry, we are prepared to continue attracting high-value companies to Costa Rica based on our favorable geographic position, high percentage of biodiversity and highly qualified human resources. We believe that space technologies provide us with essential tools in order to tackle the numerous challenges that we face, and therefore we have contributed to capacity building in developing our space sector nationally. Since COPUOS' last session, we have hosted as well as participated in numerous significant events in this area, including the Central American Space Congress 2023, which took place in Costa Rica in September. In November 2023, we hosted a technical advisory mission on space law in San Jose, aimed at sustaining multi-sectoral dialogue between governmental entities, academia and private sector in order to strengthen space governance nationally. This mission was attended by more than 25 governmental experts. More recently, as part of joint efforts underway between the Costa Rican government, UNOSA, and the International Water Award under the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz and with the support of the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture. In May, in San Jose, we held a conference to promote the use of space technology for water management for the benefit of developing countries. This conference is part of the Space for Water initiative and was the 6th international event that has taken place focusing on the use of space technology applications for water. This year, we also hosted the first Costa Rican Olympics on astronomy and astronautics, organized by the Costa Rican Technological Institute, bringing together secondary school students. In May 2024, we also participated in the process that led to the Lisbon Declaration through the support of the Portuguese Space Agency and the Portuguese government during the conference on the management and sustainability of space activities in Lisbon. We are grateful for the presentation of this document and wish to co-sponsor the paper submitted by Portugal. Chair, we will continue to work towards achieving gender equality based on our firm belief that developing space activities for the benefit of all humankind will depend on ensuring the significant active and equitable participation of women in decision-taking processes and in action. We therefore urge further strengthening of UN OSA with appropriate funding, understanding that its mandate allows industry and civil society to tackle common challenges as well as contribute towards building a robust agenda for international cooperation in space matters. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica, and now I invite the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Mexico. Please, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates. The delegation of Mexico is grateful for the opportunity to address this honourable committee and to express its acknowledgement of the team of UN OSA for their sustained support and commitment. My delegation fully believes that outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, is the heritage of all humankind. Moreover, the exploration and use thereof must be peaceful in nature, promoting international cooperation, and should not in any way be a theatre for confrontation. Accordingly, Mexico wishes to underscore a number of key points. Mexico is party to the Moon Agreement and signatory to the Artemis Accords and is firmly committed to establishing mechanisms to underpin cooperation and coordination when it comes to the exploration and use of outer space, the moon, and other celestial bodies. Governance must be based on tenets that imply a coordinated use of the moon and other celestial bodies, and we are open to engage in dialogue within this committee without prejudice to our participation in other bodies whose results would lead to strengthened governance. We support the further strengthening of guidelines and guidance for upcoming missions to the moon and to deep space. It is essential that we establish a normative framework that will ensure the equitable and fair exploration and exploitation of space resources, promoting international cooperation and guaranteeing that the benefits derived from space exploration are shared broadly, universally. Recently, we have seen how Hurricane Otis devastated Acapulco, which highlighted our need to strengthen our capacity to monitor and respond to natural disasters. The satellite images provided were essential in order to take stock of the magnitude of damage caused and to coordinate aid efforts, highlighting their value in critical situations. Moreover, temperature changes in Mexico are increasing the frequency as well as the severity of phenomena such as droughts and fires. Space technology is vital to monitor such risks and to support decision-taking accordingly. In this vein, Mexico is organizing a workshop on satellite image processing for forest fires, working together with the Indian Space Research Agency, ISRO, as it is known in English, which is a matter we will touch upon later on. A further clear example of Mexico's commitment to space exploration is the so-called Colmena project. This project is coordinated by the National Space Mexican Agency and is aimed at developing and deploying the first scientific instruments on the Moon. This is the first such project for the Latin American region. Working together with NASA and Astrobotic, Mexico participated actively in the Peregrine 1 mission, using nanotechnology and miniaturized robotics for lunar exploration. This represents a significant step forward in our national technical capacity and our membership of the international space community. Colmena is located 400,000 kilometers from Earth in deep space. Furthermore, we wish to underscore that this year Mexico has promoted various matters related to international law in the Committee on Legal and Political Affairs of the Organization of American States, in particular regarding space law and international cooperation in outer space. Regarding the upcoming draft resolution on international law, which is expected to be adopted in the weeks to come, this committee under the Organization of American States is discussing the applicable international legal framework that would apply to the impact of satellite constellations on dark skies and the consequences that this has on astronomical observation. Moreover, this serves to promote international cooperation throughout the region based on the needs of our countries in this new era of outer space, which is particularly relevant in connection with the agenda item on this matter adopted by the Subcommittee on Scientific and Technical Subcommittee for its 5 upcoming sessions. Finally, we would like to make a respectful appeal to all COPUOS members to use outer space, the Moon and other celestial bodies for progress, for peaceful cooperation, and in order to share the benefits of space exploration. Thank you for your attention, and we stand ready to work with all of you for a peaceful future based in cooperation in space. This is our position and this is our Mexican contribution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for his statement. Is there any delegation wishing to take the floor under the agenda item at this time? I see none. We have therefore suspended our consideration of agenda item 7, report of the Scientific and Technical Committee on its 61st session. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll continue the consideration of agenda item 5, general exchange of views, this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, I would like now to continue and suspend our consideration of agenda item 7, report of the Scientific and Technical Committee on its 61st session, pending informal consultation on the draft resolution for UN designated year of asteroid awareness and planetary defense 2029. I now turn to list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Germany. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates. We want to congratulate Ms. Ulpia Elena Botezato of Romania for her election as chair of the subcommittee, and thank her as well as the Secretariat for the excellent leadership and organization of the session in February. Germany welcomes that we have finally been able to agree on a way forward on dark and quiet skies through the adoption of a 5-year agenda item. We hope that under this agenda item, we can make meaningful progress towards mitigating the effects of large satellite constellations on astronomy. In this regard, we want to thank Chile, Spain, and the IAU for their persistent efforts in getting this agenda item adopted. We also welcome the establishment of the Group of Friends for Dark and Quiet Skies as a multi-stakeholder discussion platform and hope that it can provide inputs to inform our discussions here. In order to fulfill the tasks in its work plan, the Working Group on LTS has been developing a template to help it structure and categorize challenges along the 3 pillars of its work. Germany believes that this is a useful approach and looks forward to finalizing the template at this session so that we can move forward with substantive discussions in order to develop recommendations and work on a draft report. Germany welcomes that the Working Group on the use of nuclear power sources in outer space agreed on how to implement its 5-year work plan. We stand ready to engage in the meetings on the margins of this session to further elaborate the preliminary set of questions to collect information about future uses of NPS. We consider it important to continue discussions about the safe use of NPS to be able to benefit from the unique opportunities NPS offers in the exploration of outer space without endangering life on Earth or posing hazards in outer space. In February, the subcommittee was presented with a proposal by I1 and Sempage on an initiative for a United Nations designated International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense, and it referred that proposal to this committee for further consideration. Germany believes that such an initiative is an excellent opportunity to raise awareness for a better understanding of asteroids, how they might affect life on Earth, and what options we have available to protect ourselves from a catastrophic impact. We therefore support this proposal and hope that this committee will agree to recommend to the General Assembly to declare 2029 the International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, for the first time since 2019, UN SPIDER hosted a major international conference at the UN campus in Bonn, Germany. The conference focused on the role of space technologies in contributing to early warning systems across the globe, and it attracted a wide range of stakeholders from multiple continents. The conference was the last major activity under the first SPEAR project, a partnership between UN SPIDER and the University of Bonn. Given the successful outcomes of this partnership, Germany has decided to renew the SPEAR project for another 5 years, starting this summer, thereby also continuing its support to the UN SPIDER program and its office in Bonn. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany, and now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the delegation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela wishes to thank the Secretariat for the painstaking work accomplished in order to carry out the meetings of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee at its 60th session, and is grateful for the presentation of this report. We express our desire to continue further strengthening its efforts geared towards promoting the capacities of states in outer space. Our delegation is of the view that the consolidation and updating of guidelines and good practices are a means to promote the safe and sustainable use of outer space for the benefit of humankind, recognizing that outer space is the common heritage of humankind. In the same vein, we underscore the role of international cooperation and technology transfer as a means to promote research projects and building capacity among emerging countries in the space sector. Strategic matters for development, both current and future, related to space activity. In the same vein, it is important to underscore the inclusion of technical aspects that are clearly relevant to ensure the long-term sustainability of activities in outer space, such as mitigation of space debris, space weather, in addition to ensuring the safe use of nuclear power sources in outer space, based on a technical and legal framework that will make it possible to identify responsibilities and provide for assistance in situations that arise as a result of inappropriate practices. However, the mechanisms to be proposed cannot be voluntary in basis. We are of the view that the issue of sustainability in the long term of activities in outer space must be retained as an agenda item within the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee in order to guarantee that discussions of technical aspects are ongoing in light of the ongoing developments and changes, and that the work of the group can be discussed among all delegations. Turning to the use of nuclear power sources in outer space, we restate that we must not allow the proliferation or use of nuclear energy in outer space unless its effects have been duly quantified in terms of impact on humankind and on the environment, and in the absence of a legal framework which would clearly assign liabilities, responsibilities, and make it possible to address any critical situation which may arise as a result of improper practices. As such, we believe that the legal framework for the use of nuclear power sources in outer space is insufficient. Chair, we understand the need to use nuclear power sources in outer space in order to provide support for interplanetary missions. However, we must do more in order to ensure that these nuclear power sources are not used in a fashion that could pose a threat to humankind and to life on Earth. As such, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela upholds the principle of freedom and equal access to the benefits of space research in support of all countries and free from discrimination, and promotes the equitable use and rational use of various geographic locations hosting artificial satellites. That is why we call for particular attention to be paid to ensuring the equitable access to the geostationary orbit, recognized for its role in promoting programs that can support the population in greatest need through the provision of medical assistance and education, in addition to providing an alternative in order to guarantee access to information and communications technologies, in so doing improving connectivity to necessary sources of information to help strengthen social organizations. Chair, the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee bears immense responsibility and will continue to do so in the years to come in order to help create the conducive environment in order to preserve outer space for future generations and to ensure that activities carried out in space, as well as the application of space technology applications, are a tool used to increase the quality of life on our planet, recalling that this is not only about addressing agenda items, but rather addressing this as joint efforts working together, specifically with the Legal Subcommittee. Finally, we restate the support of the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to cooperate and to contribute to a productive debate, in expressing the hope that the work achieved at this session is carried out in a form that leads to success. Thank you.
Of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Indonesia. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, the Indonesian delegation associates itself with the statement delivered by the permanent representative of Colombia on behalf of the Group 77 and China. We would further like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. On behalf of my delegations, we would like to express our appreciation for the excellent work Ms. Ulpia Elena Botezatu of Romania as chair of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. Under her leadership, the 61st session of the subcommittee has resulted in significant progress in addressing a wide variety of topics. Also, my delegation once again commends the extensive work of the Office of the Outer Space Affairs in supporting the subcommittee. Let me turn to the issues which are reported by the subcommittee. Firstly, on the issue of the near-Earth objects, Indonesia noted that at its 64th sessions, the subcommittee recommended to the committee that the year 2029 should be declared as a United Nations designated International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense. Indonesia would like to express our support to the recommendations. In this regard, Indonesia welcomes international cooperation by utilizing existing facilities in Indonesia on this activity, as well as proposing capacity development activities in this regard which are facilitated by the UN OSA. Secondly, on the issue of the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, Indonesia took note on the report of the workshop of the Working Group on the long-term sustainability of outer space activities as contained in the document A/AC.105/C/1/126. In this regard, Indonesia expresses its appreciation to the chair of the LTS Working Group for his success in holding the workshop. Furthermore, Indonesia supports the non-paper by the chair of the Working Group on the long-term sustainability of outer space activities for discussing approaches to categorizing challenges to the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. However, Indonesia is of the view that the unresolved part of the guidelines, especially regarding safety issues for the long-term sustainability of outer space activity, still need to be discussed further. Third, regarding the issue of the nuclear power source in outer space, Indonesia welcomes the agreement on 5-year work plan of the Working Group on the use of nuclear power sources for the period 2024-2028. Furthermore, Indonesia supports that the Secretariat will invite state members of the committee and the international intergovernmental organizations to provide the details of focal points of contact for the Working Group NPS. Indonesia is of the view that Working Group NPS membership should not only include developed countries that have utilized NPS in outer space, but also developing countries that do not yet have a space NPS program. It is important to gain a broader view of the safety of the utilized NPS in outer space. Indonesia also emphasized the need for strong attention and consensus on safety issues published by IAEA. Fourth, with regard to the examination of the physical nature of the technical attributes of the geostationary orbit and its utilization and application, we reiterate our positions that the geostationary orbit is a limited natural resource with special characteristics. It should be utilized in a rational, balanced, efficient, and equitable manner. Fifth, Indonesia welcomes the agreement on the new agenda entitled Dark and Quiet Skies, Astronomy and Large Constellations, addressing emerging issues and challenges, as part of the STSC agenda at its next sessions in 2025 until 2029. In conclusion, Indonesia appreciates considerations that had been agreed at the subcommittee session. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for her statement. Now I invite the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the United States. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. Congratulations, Chair, on your election, and we look forward to working with you. We thank Romania for chairing the STSC. As always, the U.S. delegation extends our sincere gratitude to the Office for Outer Space Affairs for their dedicated support of the subcommittee and its many activities. The United States again notes with appreciation the successful development of the 21 guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities and expresses our thanks to Mr. Umamaheshwaran of India for his continued leadership as chair of the LTS 2.0 working group. We look forward to reaching consensus on a final document that highlights the working group's efforts over the past 5 years. Chair, the United States commends the working group on the use of nuclear power sources in outer space for embarking on its new 5-year work plan that promotes the broad dissemination of information regarding their state's national policies and space exploration plans related to the peaceful use of nuclear power in space. Regarding near-Earth objects, the United States is implementing its 2023 National Preparedness Strategy and Action Plan for NEO, Hazards, and Planetary Defense, which establishes 6 goals for the decade ahead. One of the goals emphasizes the importance of the work of this committee and the Space Mission Planning Advisory Group and International Asteroid Warning Network. One example of this is the U.S. 5th Planetary Defense Tabletop Exercise, which included international partners, including UNUSA, informed preparedness and response capabilities, including international coordination and involvement for an asteroid impact threat. We appreciate the proposal for an International Year of Planetary Defense. Chair, on space weather, in December 2023, the United States released an updated implementation plan of the National Space Weather Strategy and Action Plan, which can be found on the Internet. The plan calls for the United States to work with its international partners, including the UN, to coordinate sustained participation in relevant international space weather initiatives and include emergency management protocols that support coordinated response and recovery efforts. Under the agenda item on global navigation satellite systems, the United States remains actively engaged in the International Committee on Global Navigation Systems work aimed at creating an interoperable multi-GNSS space service volume, which will enable improved navigation for future space operations beyond GEO, even to lunar missions. Chair, the United States recognizes the growing opportunities from technology that satellites and low Earth orbit enable, including for enhanced communications and broadband internet services, scientific research and development, weather monitoring and emergency preparedness, and disaster response. At the same time, we recognize that close collaboration between satellite operators and the astronomical community is vital to mitigate potential impacts to scientific discoveries in the coming decade. Therefore, the United States appreciates the subcommittee agreeing to include the agenda item on dark and quiet skies for the next 5 years and hopes to have constructive discussions on how the broad space community can work together to mitigate the effects that large constellations have on astronomy. In the United States, we have established a discussion group that includes broad stakeholders and look forward to contributing to discussions under this agenda item. In closing, the United States would like to address our participation in the International COPUOS SARSAT Satellite Research and Rescue Program that provides coverage for emergency beacons carried on vessels, aircraft, and individual users around the world. Presently, 45 countries and 2 organizations are formally associated with the International COPUOS SARSAT program. Since its start 42 years ago, the program is credited with supporting more than 50,000 rescues worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States for his statement. I noticed that the Russian Federation raised their flag asking for right of reply. The distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, you have now the floor to exercise your right of reply. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In discussing matters having to do with nuclear power sources, periodically we hear about the concerns of some states regarding various matters. These issues and the matter of crafting a new document are broadly discussed in various aspects and from various parties on the working group on nuclear power sources. I'd like to invite interested delegations to take more active participation in the work of the group. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer of the Committee on Space Research, COSPAR. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, at the outset, I wish to congratulate you upon your election as Chair of COPUOS, jointly with the other Bureau members, and also to express my appreciation to the leadership and staff of UNOSA. I will here raise certain topics relevant to the agenda of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, space research is profoundly shaping the future of the space sector by advancing our understanding of the universe, enhancing technologies, fostering international cooperation, inspiring future generations, and creating new opportunities for scientific discovery and economic growth. Additionally, space research is crucial for understanding and mitigating existential risks like asteroid impacts and solar flares, relying on the technologies and knowledge derived from space research. Established in 1958, COSPAR plays a pivotal role in advancing global space research. COSPAR was created during the Cold War to provide a neutral forum for space scientists and has since facilitated essential conversations and partnerships across the space sector. The Committee on Industry Relations, a recent COSPAR initiative, explores effective ways of integrating industry capabilities with international space research efforts. COSPAR's Strategic Action Plan for 2024 to 2028 emphasizes new missions and enhanced role in the international space arena, nurturing future scientists and exploring sustainability and growth avenues. The plan highlights COSPAR's role in fostering scientific cooperation, innovative technologies, science-industry relations, education and capacity building, leveraging small satellites for interdisciplinary projects, and champion diversity and inclusion in the space sector. Education and capacity building in space research are critical for COSPAR's strategy, promoting education and providing professional development opportunities for educators. COSPAR's capacity building program assists scientific advancement in developing countries, organizing workshops and supporting small satellite initiatives. COSPAR's diversity and inclusion policies aim to drive growth and impact for its global constituents incorporating these principles into its programs, honors, awards, and governance. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, since its inception, COSPAR has partnered with COPUOS to advance space science in alignment with global standards and treaties. Granted observer status with COPUOS in 1962, COSPAR also collaborates with UNOSA on various joint interests. The COSPAR panel on planetary protection has, for over 6 decades, upheld the principles of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, advising on preventing biological contamination of celestial bodies and adverse changes in Earth's environment from extraterrestrial matter. This panel exemplifies international cooperation by gathering space agency representatives and scientists to establish and disseminate global planetary protection standards. Initiatives like the first International Planetary Protection Week, held in London, April 2024, facilitate the exchange of insights and best practices, reinforcing COSPAR's role in maintaining the integrity of space exploration. The COSPAR panel on potential environmentally detrimental activities in space tackles space debris issues, including research on upper atmosphere contamination and policy development for managing cislunar space debris. The COSPAR Commission B, Space Studies of the Solar System, and the COSPAR Panel on Space Exploration focus on planetary environmental stewardship and space resource utilization on the Moon, Mars, and asteroids. The COSPAR Panel on Space Weather plays a critical role in analyzing the space weather impacts, hosting the International Space Weather Action Teams for community-coordinated collaborations addressing space weather challenges. This partnership with COPUOS led to the creation of a coordination team on space weather between the World Meteorological Organization, COSPAR, and the International Space Environment Service. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, COSPAR's multifaceted efforts to promote knowledge exchange, foster innovation, and build partnerships underscore its dedication to addressing the comprehensive spectrum of space research and shaping the future of global space ecosystems. As we approach the 45th COSPAR Scientific Assembly in Busan, Republic of Korea, 13 to 21st July this year, the event promises unparalleled networking opportunities with key decision makers, industry leaders, academics, and government officials, advancing the frontiers of space science and cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished observer for COSPAR. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer for the Space Renaissance International. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Space Renaissance International's COPUOS Global Day-Long Virtual Summit on the 12th of June was well attended by many from our Space 18 SDG coalition of 81 partners, representing developed and emerging countries alike. As a CEO and co-founder of SRI, I am honored to share our significant recommendations to the COPUOS 67th General Assembly. 5 focus areas. Panel number 1 covered the use of space resources. Space resources should be primarily used to build infrastructure in space while avoiding new colonialist attitudes. Instead, the space resources belong to space communities. Accessing previously untapped space resources will produce an economy of abundance for all on Earth. The UN should immediately promote the idea that the military industry should pivot from manufacturing means of destruction to instead manufacturing space infrastructure, such as rotating settlements in orbit and Lagrange points. Lacking a general agreement on space resources and bootstrapping of the cislunar economy, the UN should consider the Artemis Accords and the International Lunar Research Station as best practices for fair competition and collaboration. Number 2, Panel number 2 on orbital debris. Orbital debris represents an extremely serious threat to space navigation and deserves an extremely high priority focus. COPUOS should support industry in finding solutions. Debris removal is not just a moral duty, but simultaneously a major business opportunity. The many thousands of tons in orbit hold great value for space industrialization. Therefore, space law should urgently allow to capture, salvage, reuse, or parking of decommissioned satellites, rocket stages, and other large space wreckages. These may profitably produce propellant or reused infrastructure components. Maritime law provides a useful analog. Member states should encourage their manufacturers to equip satellites for end-of-life orbiting, encourage their space entrepreneurs to develop innovative debris removal technologies via private-public funding partnerships, encourage relevant academic research, and support best practices in debris management and reuse. Finally, and most importantly, all anti-satellite weapons tests should be banned by the UN. Panel number 3 on space law. The Outer Space Treaty should be modernized with provisions for private sector participation. Successful elements from other treaties like the law of the sea should guide space resource utilization. We should establish clear, robust legal framework to protect intellectual and industrial property rights in space. Access to space should be democratized, lowering barriers to entry and fostering international collaboration. All stakeholders, and not only states, should participate in space law development. Access to resources should be free without exclusion zones. Finally, the OST should be extended to disarmament, global monitoring, and the prevention of space militarization. In principle, space should be declared a weapons-free zone. Panel number 4 covered sustainable benefits for all peoples of Earth. Expanding civilization into outer space represents humanity's natural evolution. Historically, we have never been confined to a single geographical location. As Earth now reaches her carrying capacity, living and working in the solar system is essential for continued growth. Lessons learned of Earth, such as total recycling, efficient food production, and eco-sustainable habitats, will immeasurably benefit life on planet Earth, particularly for those suffering from poverty. Tangible space benefits should be more publicly promoted, including satellite communication, which has accelerated, for example, education and health care for those remote and underserved. We must develop a holistic space sustainability framework to unite social, environmental, and economical factors. Civilian space development includes the cislunar economy, asteroid mining, establishing space communities, and space industrialization, providing a new industrial value chain on jobs to post-industrial countries. CSD also helps the development and social growth of all Earth's people, including those in space emerging and space aspiring countries. As the world witnesses a permanent space revolution, space emerging countries no longer need to endure the long, slow road traveled by pioneers. Non-spacefaring countries deserve the same opportunities as pioneer countries. They should not be limited to space technologies supporting agriculture and disaster recovery. They instead deserve advanced space development, as all have rights to development and social growth, as outlined in the UN Resolution on the Human Right to Development in 1986. Brilliant minds have birth everywhere. They will not be peasants on Earth forever, and maybe they might be peasants in space. CDS is a powerful factor for peace, putting resource wars out of business. The overview effect remains a powerful icon of a new human community where no barriers, borders, or boundaries can be seen from orbit or the moon. So sustainable space operations enhance global connectivity, bridging the digital divide and improving everyone's quality of life. Satellites track climate change and natural disasters and help resource management to heighten our resiliency. Panel 5, finally, covers sustainable space development and space for sustainability. As their core, the 17 SDGs rest on 3 core SDG pillars: the 7, energy, the 8, jobs, and 9, industry innovation. However, these are simply not sustainable if confined on Earth, as they conflict with the environmental SDGs. They are UDG, Unsustainable Development Goals. For example, energy demand increases with production increases, web use and artificial intelligence. Energy and resource demand increases, but green policies require general decrease. What does this conundrum mean? The high lifestyle promised by electronic society will be available only to a few people if civilization does not crash before. Space instead makes a positive lifestyle available for all. A massive misunderstanding depicts leaving Earth as unethical. The truth is exactly the opposite. We are not abandoning Earth, we are simply expanding our presence beyond Earth. As an act of love, our mother planet is stressed by our technological development. Large-scale space migration shows her our respect and love, as well as respect and love for humanity. Space development will generate an immeasurable number of new jobs. Space for all means space for the next generations. We therefore must disseminate knowledge of space benefits. Summarizing the robust consensus of all 5 panels, we must architect the future of space. The consequences of extinction events are irreconcilable. Securing new resources, secure options for a positive future. Building and maintaining viable space community is a microcosm of providing for all life on Earth. Space should be a weapons-free zone. In a Copernican view, we live in an open world without limits to growth. Other spaces develop technologies. Sorry for going out of time, but I have concluded. Just wanted to restate some key items. So, thank you very much,
thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. And ad astra.
Thank you very much. So is there any delegation wishing to take the floor under this agenda item at this time?
Yeah, I hope so.
I see none. We have therefore suspended our consideration of agenda item 7, report of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee on its 61st session, pending informal consultations on the draft resolution for UN designated year of asteroid awareness and planetary defense. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to begin our consideration of agenda item 8, report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session. As delegations are aware, at its 1073rd meeting of the Legal Subcommittee, at its 63rd session on the 26th of April, consensus couldn't be reached to adopt the final report. The subcommittee agreed to prepare the procedural report for adoption via silence procedure. With reference to communication USA/2024/36 CU 2024/171 of the 13th of June 2024, the silence procedure on a new procedure report has concluded without objections. Accordingly, the following decisions is considered adopted. Decision. States member of the committee decide that the legal subcommittee of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space adopts the document draft procedure report of the legal subcommittee on its 63rd session held in Vienna from the 15th to the 26th April 2024. Since silence has not been broken, the draft procedure report is considered adopted, and the committee shall take note of that report at this 67th session in June 2024. The report is made available as document A/AC 105/1311 on the dedicated webpage of the committee in all official languages of the United Nations. Agreed on the procedure report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session does not constitute a precedent for future reports of the committee or its subsidiary bodies. Distinguished delegates, in addition, As indicated in the explanatory note that accompanied the silence procedure, the committee has before it for action the reports of the working groups of the legal subcommittee as standalone draft documents, as agreed and amended by the working groups and as endorsed by the subcommittee during the respective agenda items, and will thereafter constitute annexes to the final report of the committee. The committee will be informed of the provisional dates for the cycle of sessions for 2025. The simple numbers of the two working groups' draft report are as follows. Draft report of the chair of the working group on the status and application of the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space, document A/AC 105/C2/L331, and draft report of the chair and vice chair of the working group on legal aspects of space resources activities, document A/AC 105/C2/1332. Distinguished delegates, I would like to propose that the two draft working group reports as a whole are actioned by the committee and to thereafter constitute annexes to the final report of the committee. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed action by the committee on the two draft working group reports? I see none. Distinguished delegates, though I take it that the committee endorses draft report of the chair of the working group on the status and application of the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space as contained in document A/AC 105/C2/L331 as a whole, and draft report of the chair and vice chair of the working group on legal aspects of space resources activities as contained in document A/AC 105/C2/L332 as a whole. I see no objections. It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to draw your attention to the non-paper by the chair of the legal subcommittee that was made available to delegations yesterday in the pigeonholes and also on the dedicated webpage of the committee session. The non-paper is provided to facilitate report adoption in relation to agenda item 8 of the committee. The draft paragraphs contained in the non-paper do not represent a comprehensive list, but their inclusion in the report of the committee at its 67th session would enable the continuity of work by the legal subcommittee and the Office of Outer Space Affairs as Secretariat, as they refer to the substantive matters of interest to states members, such as, for example, requesting written inputs to the 64th session of the legal subcommittee in 2025. Distinguished delegates, I now turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Colombia on behalf of G77 and China. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Group of 77 in China would like to express its appreciation to Mr. Santiago Ripoll Carulla of Spain for his exemplary chairperson of the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, and would like to comment on some issues which the group deems of utmost relevance for developing countries. The group first underscores once again that the definition and delimitation of outer space is a very important topic that should be kept on the agenda of this subcommittee, and that more work should be done in order to establish the legal regime applicable to airspace and outer space. In this regard, We commend all the efforts made by the chair of the working group on the definition and delimitation of outer space and encourage all delegations to contribute to the discussion in a constructive manner. Regarding the issue of geostationary orbit, the group would like to reiterate that such a domain shall not be subject to national appropriation by means of use, repeated use, or occupation, or by any means, and that its utilization is governed by applicable international law. Furthermore, we reiterate that this orbit needs to be used rationally, efficiently, and economically, in conformity with the provision of applicable international space laws and relevant regulations, so that countries or groups of countries may have equitable access to those orbits and frequencies, taking into account the special needs of the developing countries and the geographical situation of particular countries. Dear Chair, the group considers that capacity building and technical support in space law are fundamental tools that should be enhanced through international cooperation. Therefore, the group calls for greater support by UNOSA and member states to foster both North-South and South-South cooperation to facilitate the sharing of knowledge and expertise in the fields of international space law, space policy, space economy, and space diplomacy. Mr. Chair, the group believes that all efforts to promote international cooperation must be undertaken to maximize the benefits in the utilization of space applications for all states and calls for all spacefaring nations to contribute to promoting and fostering international cooperation on an equitable and non-discriminatory basis. It is also we also underscore that particular attention be given to the interests of developing countries and that the committee should be strengthened in its role as the main platform for the exchange of information in the field of international cooperation in the exploration of use of outer space. Considering the essential roles of space objects, regardless of their size, in the socio-economic development of the member states, the group is of the view that the committee and the subcommittees should not create an ad hoc legal regime or any other mechanisms which might impose limitations on designing, building, launching, and using of space objects. The group is of the view that in general, all international rights and obligations of the states with respect of satellites, regardless of their perceived sizes, are equally relevant for the conduct of space activities with the use of small satellites. Mr. Chair, while making reference to our previous statement on Agenda Item 7 on the 61st session of the STSC regarding space debris, the group encourages launching states to provide advanced, proper, prompt, and adequate notification to other states, especially developing countries, located along the drop zones of falling space debris as applicable, to ensure that they are sufficiently prepared to mitigate and respond to such incidents. It is equally important to strengthen the capacities of developing countries in detecting and responding to falling space debris. The group reiterates its support for the work of the Working Group on legal aspects of space resources activities under the detailed work plan and methods of work. The group underscores that discussions of aspects of space resources and any possible outcome must be in line with the principles enshrined in the Outer Space Treaty and other relevant UN treaties, especially the principle of non-appropriation of outer space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies. The group is of the view that any approach for the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources should be equitable, constructive, collaborative, consensual, and most of all, does not leave behind or unfairly disadvantage developing countries. The group also believes that in order to be inclusive and transparent, these discussions should take place within formal sessions, which should be allotted sufficient time with interpretation services in all official UN languages. Mr. Chair, the group is of the view that in light of the increasing participation and the evolving potential of the private sector in space activities, the negotiation of an international legally binding instrument that clearly defines and guides commercial activities in outer space could play an important role in expanding the use of outer space and stimulate space activities for the benefit of humanity. The group considers that besides the need for a broad debate about the implications of these activities, the developing countries shall not be excluded from the benefits of space exploration, and their rights shall be taken into account in these discussions. Finally, Mr. Shah, the group also notes with appreciation the Office multi-year project to develop an online registration portal to facilitate the registration of space objects in view of the increasing number of submissions. The group likewise supports deliberations at the working group on the status and application of the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space on how to enhance registration practices, especially for large and/or mega constellations. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Colombia on behalf of the G77 and China. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Germany. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, distinguished colleagues, first of all, we welcome the adoption of the report, even if it's only a procedural one. It is a worrying development, especially as many of us agree that the legal subcommittee is at the center of international law development for activities in outer space, a global common to be kept free for exploration and use by all humankind. Germany stands ready to work towards moving forward the agenda items discussed during the legal subcommittee, including here at the main committee. In this regard, we support the non-paper presented by the chair of the legal subcommittee on possible report language under this agenda item. In particular, we would like to recall the following issues. First, space debris and space traffic management. To ensure long-term sustainability, space debris mitigation and remediation are key, and we need a global legal commitment to avoid space debris. Similarly, to us and many more countries, the benefits of studying and discussing space traffic management are apparent. Therefore, Germany has proposed a study group on perspective for space traffic management, and we thank those who support this novel concept, but also everyone who has engaged in the discussion and raised questions, including during the informal meeting held at the margins of the legal subcommittee session. We have submitted a conference room paper 21, with the objective to document this idea. We invite the committee to welcome further consultations before and during the next session of the legal subcommittee on the scope and mandate of a possible study group on perspectives for space traffic management under the respective agenda items at the legal subcommittee, taking into account the ongoing work of the scientific and technical subcommittee, thus including the work of its working group on the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. Second, space resources. To sustainably and peacefully explore the use, the moon and other celestial bodies, including their resources, on the basis of international law and for the benefit and interest of all, is the province of all humankind. Looking at the activities conducted or planned, we are convinced that further legal guidance is necessary to ensure that they are carried out in accordance with international law and in a safe, sustainable, rational and peaceful manner. This legal framework needs to be developed multilaterally, and the Working Group on Legal Aspects of Space Resource Activities is an important mechanism to do so. We commend the Working Group for its constructive work during the 63rd session of the LSC and continue to support the Chair and the Vice Chair in their efforts to move forward the work of the group in line with its work plan and with the decisions made. We certainly would have welcomed if these decisions could have been endorsed and included in the committee's report in full length. Third, information exchange on space activities. We thank everyone who engaged constructively in the exchange of views on the implementation of Article 11 Outer Space Treaty at the Working Group on the status and application of the 5 UN space treaties. We welcome the work plan on the basis of which it was agreed to continue this exchange, to prepare a template for the submission of information to the Secretary General on activities in outer space, and to discuss possible additional tools and practices in order to enhance the exchange of information in accordance with Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty. Again, we would have appreciated very much if this could have been endorsed and included in the report of the LSC in full length. Fourth and last, we appreciate the ongoing awareness raising and capacity building that the Office of Outer Space Affairs is providing in the field of space law and space policy. For example, through the Space Law for New Space Actors project. And we continue to support OSA in its multifaceted efforts to raise awareness and to improve the understanding and application of the international space law instruments. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Germany for his statement. And now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Chairman, colleagues, for decades, the Legal Subcommittee was a relevant platform for discussing all matters having to do with space law. In the subcommittee, there was design of the 5 fundamental treaties on outer space, providing a sound foundation for international outer space activities. We're sure that the LSC should retain its role of a hub for practically drafting norms of international space law. So as to tap its potential, the LSC needs to step up consideration of pressing issues, such as the legal regulation of current-day space activities. These include space debris, the management of space traffic, and the delimitation of air and outer space. We support a comprehensive and open as well as substantive discussion of the exploration, use, and utilization of outer space resources, which is particularly resonant today in political and scientific circles. We underscore the importance of broad international cooperation here, with the UN coordinating. We think it would be counterproductive to take unilateral approaches and other types of formats with limited composition of participants, which could turn outer space into a subject of international confrontations as well as to fragment international space law. There should be a constant improving of international and national regulation of outer space activities. There would be a need to move towards making UN recommendation documents on outer space into binding ones as the scientific and technology develops in most member states in outer space. Crafting and developing not obligatory documents should not be seen as replacing or broadening the legally binding procedures. We are particularly perturbed by attempts to undermine the superiority of the committee by moving discussion of specialized issues to other areas. For an example, we don't see an added value in parallel forums that duplicate functions and mandates of international bodies, such as the UK concept of the responsible behavior in outer space within OEWG. Attempts to create alternative discussion tracks will lead to a disruption in COPUOS's activities and those of its subsidiary bodies, as well as weakening the key role in the outer space agenda. Sir, we are seriously concerned by the recent trend of politicizing the work of the committee and its subcommittees, attempts to use this framework so as to play political games. We call upon the member states of the committee to stick to a depoliticized discussion falling under the mandate of this one-of-a-kind platform. Bringing political matters to bear here undermines the international authority of this body and impacts its effectiveness. We've all seen this phenomenon during the last session of the LSC in April, namely when the results of the subcommittee's work were not reflected in the outcome document because it was not possible to adopt it. This turn of events must and should be avoided. We call upon the member states of the committee to demonstrate self-restraint as well as that of the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statement, and then I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Australia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. Australia welcomed the opportunity to exchange views at the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee. Australia thanks the Subcommittee Chair, Mr. Santiago Ripoll Carula of Spain, and the Secretariat for their organisation of the session. Since the adoption of the Outer Space Treaty, humanity's use of space has evolved significantly. As science and technology have driven us forward, so has our ability to access and interact with the space environment. It is for this reason that the principles within the United Nations space treaties, as well as our ability to come to consensus, are now more important than ever. As a founding member of the committee, Australia is committed to its international obligations and engagement with member states through the committee. Australia reaffirms the Legal Subcommittee as the key multilateral forum for discussion of legal questions related to the exploration and use of outer space. This is why Australia expresses its disappointment that the subcommittee was unable to reach consensus on a report during its 63rd session, particularly given the committee's enduring history of cooperation. We will interpret the conclusion of this year's session of the subcommittee as an exception to established practices, not as setting a precedent. Notwithstanding these developments, Australia considers that the session provided a welcome opportunity for the subcommittee to discuss key issues. Australia supports the exploration, exploitation and use of space resources in a manner consistent with international law. Australia shared its views on legal aspects of space resource activities under Agenda Item 9 and in the meetings of the Working Group on legal aspects of space resource activities. We also attended the International Conference on Space Resources and the expert meeting collecting preliminary inputs for consideration. Thank you to Luxembourg, Belgium, the Secretariat and Chair and Vice Chair of the Working Group for their organisation of these events. Australia was pleased to present a conference room paper for the subcommittee's consideration entitled Consideration of General Themes and Obligations, Commitments or Guidelines to an Activity Contributing to Exploration and Scientific Investigation of the Moon. This paper outlined some general themes and obligations, commitments or guidelines of the existing framework that may apply to an Australian activity contributing to exploration and scientific investigation of the Moon. The CRP helped to inform discussions regarding the development of a set of initial recommended principles for activities in the exploration, exploitation and utilisation of space resources. Australia has also been engaging with our domestic space sector to seek their views. On 28 February 2024, the Australian Space Agency hosted a Space Regulation Advisory Collective Forum on space resources, which was attended by industry, academia and other non-government entities. The forum identified themes which overlap with those in our CRP, highlighting areas of particular interest for Australia. These include activities being undertaken in accordance with international law, cooperation, exploration and use, extraction and utilisation of space resources, and environmental protection. Australia welcomes the progress made by the Working Group and looks forward to continuing to contribute. Australia thanks the Working Group Chair, Ambassador Andrzej Misztal of Poland, and Vice Chair, Professor Stephen Freeland of Australia, for their leadership. Australia was pleased to take part in discussions of the Working Group on the status and application of the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space. Australia welcomes support for a multi-year work plan, including to develop a template or model submission form as a voluntary tool to submit information to the Secretary-General on the nature, conduct, locations and result of activities in outer space. Australia thanks the Chair of the Working Group, Dr. Franziska Nöhr of Germany, for her able leadership. Chair, the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee progressed consideration of important matters in the peaceful uses of outer space. Australia looks forward to further engagement with Member States at the next session of the Subcommittee. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia for her statement. Then I will take one more distinguished delegate and then we'll move to the presentation. So now I invite the distinguished delegate of Canada to give their statement. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. Canada thanks UNUSA and those delegations that actively contributed to discussions at the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee. The LSC has the important role of studying the nature of legal issues arising from the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. Building a common understanding of these legal issues is of paramount importance to maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes. This year's session was very productive up until the final day. Canada deeply regrets that the subcommittee was not able to agree on a final substantive report. Our delegation believes that it is imperative that all subcommittee members exercise flexibility and good faith in report negotiations and adhere to long-standing and widely accepted practices that help facilitate our work. We appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to secure approval of an LSC procedural report and sincerely hope that this COPUOS session can bring forward key decisions and recommendations from the LSC. The Working Group on Legal Aspects of Space Resource Activities recognized the valuable contribution made by the expert meeting held on the 26th of March 2024, co-hosted by Luxembourg and Belgium, and organized in cooperation with the United Nations. The Working Group also benefited from the presentations made as part of the international conference held during the 63rd session of the LSC. Canada welcomes the report prepared by the Chair and Vice Chair of the Working Group on the outcomes of these two events. The Chair and Vice Chair of the Working Group guided delegations through an informative discussion on elements for the development of an initial set of recommended principles for space resource activities, including the freedom of exploration and use of outer space, the principle of due regard, transparency and the importance of information exchange, and the applicability of international law to space resource activities. The Working Group agreed that the Chair and Vice Chair would prepare an initial set of draft recommended principles for space resource activities based on these discussions and further contributions from Member States, which are to be submitted by the 16th of September 2024. The Chair and Vice Chair continue to make significant commitments of time and effort to advance the progress of the Working Group. Canada commends them for their efforts and encourages all delegations to show their support for the Chair and Vice Chair through constructive participation. The Working Group on the status and application of the 5 United Nations treaties also made substantive progress at this year's session, including an examination of state practice in relation to Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty. Canada commends the Chair of the Working Group for efficiently guiding its work and providing structure to deliberations for the purpose of achieving practical results. Chair, at this year's session of the Legal Subcommittee, there was great interest in discussions regarding the topics of space resource utilization, space traffic management, space debris, and the use of small satellites. It was evident from those discussions that these are high priority issues for many delegations. The Legal Subcommittee should take good note of this interest and structure its work with the aim of addressing those topics. We urge all COPUOS members states to be prepared to actively contribute while the relevant agenda items are open for discussion. It is only through active participation and the exchange of ideas that the Legal Subcommittee can achieve progress in its study of the legal issues relevant to peaceful exploration and use of outer space, and deliver the practical guidance needed by spacefaring states in the 21st century. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative for Canada for her statement. Now, we shall continue our consideration of Agenda Item 8, Report of Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, I will now turn to proceed with technical presentation. At this meeting, we have 6 technical presentations. Presenters are kindly reminded that technical presentations should be limited to 10 minutes so that we can take the 6 presentations within the next hour. The first presentation on my list is Space Sustainability, a perspective from a French operator by the distinguished representative of France. Please, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chairman. Delegates. I take the floor on behalf of the UTEL SAT group. I Chairman, would like to pay tribute to your heading of the committee's work, as well as thank UNOSA. Eutelsat Group was the merging of Eutelsat and OneWeb in 2023. Recently, we hit a crossroads, becoming an international hub for satellites. Today, our combined floats has 36 geostationary satellites and 634 in a lower orbit. That means that we are the #1 LEO geo supplier across the globe, connecting people worldwide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next again. Next again. Thank you. Since the beginning of the 2000s, we've been dealing with space debris with a management policy. This came out of operational experience from Eutelsat as well as international recommendations. Since 8 July 2005, we have been a certified operator using ISO standards, and we have established a plan for limiting space debris, setting a common baseline for decommissioning, establishing a process for improving end-of-life disposal operations, as well as minimizing the risk of collisions and debris generation. This is in line with COPUOS standards as well as others set by the EU. Furthermore, the Eutelsat debris management policy establishes a process seeing these operations as critical. Furthermore, the requirements are further reaching than those applicable in society and is constantly being updated. Next slide, please. Through internal policies and rules, which you can actually see on the slide, Eutelsat to date has repositioned and reconditioned satellites, as well as repositioned 114 in geostationary orbit. All of this was done successfully, complying with collision risk rules and space debris mitigation rules. For these operations, we've also used collision risk management services from Eurastratcom, as well as data from Space Data Association, as well as anti-collision services from USSD. The space debris management policy implemented by Eutelsat for several years has meant that we are a global satellite operator that is responsible with high standards and ongoing measures to protect life on Earth as well as the environment and the viability of operations. Next slide, please. France in 2008 adopted a space law entered into force on 10 December 2010. As I explained earlier, though, we certainly didn't wait till 2010 to integrate the new system because we were part in the early stages of the drafting of the law. This meant that France complied with its international obligations deriving from UN treaties while ensuring that these were practical and consistent with international law, but also with operator practice. The technical regulation was published in May 2011 after the law entered into force, but operators were well aware of it earlier. The Act creates a national regime of authorization and supervision of national space activities, in particular when it comes to Eutelsat for launching of satellites from France or from abroad. This covers the entire life cycle of the satellite. Next slide, please. briefly, just to give you an idea of authorizations and licenses held by Eutelsat. In 2010, since 2010, several authorizations were issued for operations. All satellite launches from France or abroad are subject to a case-by-case authorization issuance. 23 December 2010, we got license for financial, moral, and professional warranty of our satellites. Also, this made the application process faster. This will run till 2030. Next slide. When it comes to long-term sustainability, any authorization for orbiting satellites go through technical regulation regarding space debris. This means that there is a justification that the systems are designed, produced, and implemented so as to avoid generating debris during nominal operations. Calculating and providing probability of occurrence of accidental breakup must be less than 10 to the minus 3. Feasibility, meaning permanently depleting or placing an onboard energy reserve such that they entail no risk of generating debris, permanently deactivating all means for producing energy on board, justifying the probability of having sufficient energy resources for disposal maneuvers, at least 0.9%, and calculating and providing the probability of being able to successfully carry out the disposal maneuvers. Next slide. In addition to the space debris technical regulations, there are two obligations related. Namely, any request for authorization must provide a study of potential hazard of the planned space operation for individuals, property and environment, and public health, particularly related to the generation of space debris, and as well a prevention plan concerning the risks of accidental collision with man-made objects inter alia. Next slide. To be sure that the operations are compliant with these rules, France has established organization and control mechanisms upstream and downstream of authorization and licensing. CNES is in charge of controlling compliance. Before authorizations are issued, requests are checked for compliance in terms of technical regulations. Next slide, please. Excuse me.
The audience, dear delegates, to keep silence in order to facilitate the presentations. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Vous pouvez continuer, s'il vous plaît.
Please go ahead, madam. What I would point out is that a revision of the 2008 technical regulations is currently underway, including operators and industry, so as to take into account what is at stake. Given the level of obligations set forth by the technical regulation and the obligations to come when pertaining to methods and design for operators, and in particular having to do with debris mitigation, the new version of the technical regulation will contain transitional measures. Next slide, please. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, building on experience before and after the entry into force of the French space law, and particularly when it comes to the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, the following conclusions could be drawn. First, the goal here is essentially to allow industrial operators to best use outer space. Space law should be practicable and acceptable for the private sector, and that is why various stakeholders must be part of drawing it up. To ensure that legislation sets forth far-reaching objectives whilst remaining in step with existing practice, operators and representatives of industry must have time to improve their procedures. In the future, we hope to see more open forums like the Space Sustainability Conference organized by Portugal and UNUSA last month. I'd like to thank them for organizing that here. For a multi-stakeholder, multilateral, and multidisciplinary approach. A similar approach should be followed by countries and operators and industry that would ensure that space debris limitation rules are systematically complied with. That is our recommendation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Now I will. The second presentation on my list is on lessons learned for safe and sustainable lunar exploration, the case of KPLO by the representative of the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, distinguished delegates. My name is Moon-jin Jeon, and I'm responsible for the KPLO mission operation at the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to introduce KPLO. We hope that the experience we have gained from operating KPLO will contribute to safe and sustainable lunar exploration activities. KPLO was developed by KARI from 2016 to 2022. KPLO is a medium-sized spacecraft designed to perform its mission in lunar orbit for 1 year. Although the design life is 1 year, it successfully completed its primary mission and extended the mission for an additional 2 years. The mission orbit is a lunar polar orbit at an altitude of 100 kilometers with an average inclination of 90 degrees. KPLO is equipped with 4 30-Newton thrusters for lunar orbit insertion and 8 small thrusters for attitude control. It uses S-band for telemetry and telecommand and X-band for payload data transmission. Now, let me introduce KPLO's mission. The ShadowCam, developed by Arizona State University, captures images of permanently shadowed regions at the lunar poles to study the distribution of water ice and volatiles. The wide-angle polarimetry camera, developed by CASI, creates a polarization map of the entire lunar surface, studying physical characteristics. The LUTI, developed by KARI, is a push-broom camera that captures high-resolution images of the lunar surface to help select landing sites for future lunar landers. The DTN-PL, developed by ETRI, is a payload designed to verify DTN, a robust communication method for space internet in lunar orbit. It successfully performed tasks such as sending and receiving text messages, transmitting photos, and streaming videos. The gamma ray spectrometer, developed by KIGAM, measures gamma rays emitted from the lunar surface to identify hidden resources and create elemental maps of the moon. The KPLO magnetometer, developed by Gyeonggi University, measures the lunar surface magnetic field to understand the origins of lunar magnetic anomalies. KPLO reaches the moon following the BLT trajectory, performing 4 trajectory correction maneuvers to follow the designed BLT trajectory and 3 lunar orbit insertion maneuvers to enter a 100-kilometer polar orbit. Initially, the designed trajectory for KPLO was a phasing loop trajectory, but it was changed to BLT trajectory to reduce fuel consumption by about 25% compared to the phasing loop. After KPLO was launched, the operation team encountered new experience every day. On the first day after launch, initial checkout of the spacecraft bus were completed. 2 days later, the first trajectory correction maneuver was successfully performed. 3 weeks later, the first image was taken to check the camera's status, capturing the Earth and Moon from distance of 1.2 million kilometers. The second trajectory correction maneuver redirected KPLO's path from the Sun back toward the Earth and the Moon. Over the next months, KPRO captured images of moon orbiting the Earth. As it approaches the moon, KPRO captures images of Earth and moon appearing close in similar size. During lunar orbit insertion, KPRO captured image of Earth's rise from the lunar surface. During the 1-month commissioning period after entering the lunar mission orbit, KPRO captures image of changing phases of the Earth. I would like to share some of the challenges we faced during mission operations. Currently, there are at least 6 lunar orbiters in operation. 3 orbiters, LRO, KPRO, and Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, operate at similar altitude in low lunar orbit. We monitor collision possibilities between lunar orbiters every day using the MedCap report provided by NASA JPL. Several missions share predicted ephemeris through the system provided by JPL. The MedCap reports calculate collision probabilities based on predicted ephemeris. If the collision risk increases, resulting in a red alarm, discussions on mitigating the collision risk begin and mitigation measures are developed. Some red alarms are resolved naturally over time with more precise orbit predictions. If not, collision avoidance maneuver may be performed. Since KPRO began its nominal mission, 41 red alarms has been triggered from February 19, 2023 to May 7, 2024. Most alarms involved collision risk between KPRO, LRO, and Chandrayaan-2 orbiter. In April 2023, more red alarms were triggered when the Hakuto R lander entered the lunar orbit. Some red alarms were resolved within a day, while others persisted for over a week, requiring collision avoidance maneuver planning. To mitigate collision risks, lunar orbiters performed 4 collision maneuvers and 4 orbit maintenance maneuvers. KPRO's collision maneuvers and avoidance maneuvers were performed to avoid risks with the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter, SLIM, and LRO. Orbit maintenance maneuvers were used for planned orbit maintenance that also mitigated collision risks. Over the past 2 years, 10 lunar missions have been conducted by various countries. Additionally, around 30 more lunar missions are planned over the next 6 years, including both orbiters and landers. As seen in the case of Hakuto R and SLIM, landers may pass through low lunar orbit before landing, causing collision risks with orbiters. Now is an appropriate time to initiate discussions on international cooperation regarding the increasingly crowded lunar orbit. I would like to introduce our experience with collision avoidance maneuver during KPRO mission operation. Collision avoidance maneuvers require fuel consumption and temporary suspension of some payload missions, which may lead to differences in opinion regarding who should carry them out. Due to the absence of international protocol among all agencies for resolving collision risks, we have been coordinating solutions through discussions, including email exchange and teleconferences. Sometimes we did not have contact information of responsible personnel, and network security issues occasionally prevented email exchanges. However, we ultimately resolved all collision risks through collaborative discussions. When KPRO had options, we considered how we could contribute most effectively. During the time SLIM was landing, urgent conjunction discussions took place, and KPRO's decision to perform collision avoidance maneuver helped ensure SLIM's safe operation. The message on the right-hand side is part of a thank you letter from ISAS Director General Kuninaka Hitoshi after SLIM successfully landed on the lunar surface following KPRO's collision avoidance maneuver. We hope KPRO's experience will be helpful for future discussion. Thank you for listening. I will conclude the presentation by showing you the beautiful video of Earth's rotation taken in November last year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. The third presentation on my list is on From Space to Earth, the vital role of the X-band frequency for downlinking Earth observation data, by the distinguished representative of Germany. Please have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, my name is Matteo Emanuelli, and I'm Program Manager for Earth Observation at Airbus Defence and Space. Next slide. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here and present in front of this esteemed assembly on the vital role of X-band frequency for downlinking Earth observation data on behalf of Airbus of an industry coalition representing the Earth observation sector. Next slide. Remote sensing satellites are essential tools for various applications and domains, including agriculture, risk and disaster management, mineral exploration, climate change, environmental monitoring and adaptation, urban planning, defense and security, scientific research, etc., and provided critical observation data across several key industries, including aviation, shipping, oil and gas, and transportation. The data generated by this satellite and derived products plays a crucial role in Earth observation and in the pursuit of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The World Economic Forum estimated that by 2030, remote sensing satellites will contribute up to $700 billion to the global GDP every year, with a cumulative potential between 2023 and 2030 of $3.8 trillion. Next. In the last 30 years, an increasing number of governmental actors around the world, as well as commercial entities, have launched, operated, and successfully exploited data from remote sensing satellites. About 1,200 active remote sensing satellites, including Earth observation, Earth science, and surveillance satellites, were recorded as per January 2023, and the number keeps growing on a year-by-year basis. Next. In order for all those remote sensing satellites to perform the invaluable mission, they utilize radio frequencies for downlink, uplink, and for operating various imaging and scientific payload. Such radio frequencies are managed by the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, and governed by the Radio Regulation, an international treaty and global framework reviewed every 4 years by the World Radio Communication Conference, WRC. Remote sensing satellites are defined by ITU as a space radio station in the Earth Exploration Satellite Service, or EESS. Next. Allocation to the EESS and hence remote sensing satellites are divided across different frequency bands to optimize and enable specific function of satellite system based on physics, engineering complexity, and coexistence with other terrestrial and space services. Today, EESS systems are operated across a limited number of frequency segments. UHF at 400 MHz, which is limited in bandwidth and utilized for TT&C. S-band at 2000 MHz, where heavy limitation exists as it is shared as well with other services. The X-band at 7-8 GHz, utilized for both up and down link. And finally, the Ka-band at 25-27 GHz, whose reliable use is limited by rain fade, and where mobile network, also known as 5G, have been identified already carrying limitation with it. Next. From downlink perspective, one thing is clear. X-band is the single most significant spectrum for downlinking Earth observation data acquired by satellite, due to its physical characteristics, global harmonization, and ease of coexistence with other satellite service. It has to be noted that no current alternative to X-band downlink seriously exists at scale, due to the lack of available protected large enough bandwidth in other frequency ranges, technological maturity, and atmospheric interference present in higher bands. Next. Commercial companies have emerged since the 2000s to complement and augment the Earth observation satellite operated by nation and space agency. Today, 50% of the global remote sensing satellites are commercial in nature, and this percentage is clearly set to increase with new countries joining the group of spacefaring nations. This trend is reflected by the number of requests for new ESS satellite networks, either individual satellite or constellation, being submitted to the ITU. In 2023 alone, there were more than 250 remote sensing satellite network filings containing X-band, a number amounting to more filings than 2021 and 2022 combined. Next. At the end of 2023, the last WRC adopted its new agenda for studies to be conducted in preparation for WRC 27. This agenda invites administration under agenda item 1.7 to perform studies on the possible introduction of 6G networks in the frequency band 7,125, 8,400 MHz. Studies will be set up to assess the technical and regulatory regime for the sharing of frequency between 6G and ground station receiving satellite remote sensing data. Even in this situation, there is a likelihood that remote sensing satellite operating in the 7-8 GHz segment could eventually be constrained and be prevented from accessing ground station network in the numerous areas and countries where this mobile network would be deployed. Next. To sum up, the radio frequencies are a finite resource, as much as other resources such as minerals, fresh water, or soil used to produce food. Earth observation satellites provide timely and reliable data for critical applications such as disaster management, weather prediction, natural resource monitoring, and security. X-band is the lifeline for Earth observation, essential to downlink and disseminate space-collected data under any weather condition and with no viable alternative. The X-band has been adopted at scale by satellite transmitting antennas and ground station receiving antennas, making it even more affordable and widespread among operators around the globe. The X-band is an enabler for equitable access to space. The X-band downlink is far less expensive, less complex, and ultimately more adoptable than alternatives, fostering future remote sensing programs for aspiring spacefaring nations and emerging commercial endeavors. Finally, it is widely used and shared today among governmental, institutional, and commercial remote sensing missions, producing invaluable socioeconomic benefit globally and across the sectors. Next. In conclusion, the UN COPUOS community is kindly asked to consider talking to your national Earth observation stakeholders, making them aware about the issue, and engaging with our national frequency coordinator. Next. If anyone is interested to know more, feel free to reach me at the email on screen, and I appreciate the time given by this committee for such a critical issue, and I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. Now I move to the fourth presentation on my list on Chilean legal recognition of the need for dark skies for science and society by the distinguished representative of Chile. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Chile, its constitution guarantees the right to live in an environment free of pollution. It also recognizes as a duty of the state to ensure that this right is not affected and to protect the preservation of the environment. In addition, the Constitution states clearly that the law may establish specific restriction on the exercise of certain rights in order to protect the environment. It is in this context that on October 18, 2023, the Chilean Ministry of Environment issued its Decree No. 1, which regulates the emission of artificial luminosity generated by external illumination sources. The aforementioned decree, according to its own considerations, is a response to the recognition of the sustained increase in light pollution that affects the natural condition of darkness, both in cities as well as in places far from them, and the fact that such modification has a direct impact on the modification of night brightness, circumstance that has consequences on the use of the night sky for the development of astronomy and activities related to said science, as well as on human health and the biodiversity. In this sense, it must be kept in mind that nature has privileged Chile with world-renowned skies, exceptionally fitted for their quality for the purpose of studying and understanding the universe, and which constitute true natural laboratories for astronomy activities since the 1960s. Next slide, please. Those set natural conditions have allowed the installation of world-renowned astronomical observation infrastructure, such as the Atacama Large Millimeter Submillimeter Array, known as ALMA, which means soul in Spanish, located at 5,058 meters above sea level and composed of 66 antennas, a radio telescope, and which began its operation in 2010. Or the Atacama Observatory, TAO, Tokyo Atacama Observatory, built on the top of Shachmantor Hill at 5,640 meters above sea level, considered the world's highest located astronomical center, and which began its operation in April 2024. The existing astronomical infrastructure in Chile aims to reach, by the end of the present decade, at least a representation equivalent to 70% of the astronomical observation capacity installed on Earth. Next slide, please. It is therefore evident that there is an interest in a regulatory response in the case of Chile that regulates and reduces the impact associated with light pollution in regard to the development of current as well future scientific astronomy activities based in our country, and likewise with respect to the development of industries like tourism, activities on which a large number of people in Chile depend economically. Also important to note is that the Chilean regulation indicates that it recognizes as a precedent the conference held under the auspices of the United States Office for Peaceful Use of Space (UNOSA) in October 2020, called Dark and Still Skies for Science and Society, in conjunction with the International Astronomical Union and Spain, and the resulting report called Dark and Quiet Skies for Science and Society, Report and Recommendation, which was presented at the 58th session of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of COPUOS, with the support of Chile and other countries such as Spain, Ethiopia, Jordan, Slovakia, together with the International Astronomical Union. The mentioned report has identified the following aspects that can influence the spread of light pollution and therefore must be controlled: the emission of light towards the upper hemisphere, lighting levels greater than those required, the emission of light in the blue portion of the visible spectrum. Next slide, please. While going into the text of Decree number 1 of the Chilean Ministry of Environment on analysis, it indicates that its specific goal is to control emissions from outdoor lighting in order to prevent pollution by artificial luminosity, protecting the astronomical quality of the night skies, population's health, as well as the biodiversity, particularly in the special protection areas indicated in this regulation. From the aforementioned expressed goal, it follows that the focus of protection exceeds the mere areas of scientific and research value for astronomical observation, covering the so-called special protection areas associated with protection of biodiversity and the breeding areas of species where artificial luminosity is identified as a threat, or even where such luminosity has an impact on human health, such as, for example, changes in people's circadian cycle, particularly altering the secretion of the hormone melatonin, related to harmful health effects such as sleep disturbances, increase of risk of breast and prostate cancer, heart or metabolic diseases such as obesity and diabetes, among others. The Chilean norm regulates and establishes limitations on the emission of luminous intensity, both for pedestrian, vehicular and industrial lighting luminaries, as well with respect to ornamental and decorative luminaries, such as advertising lighting, indicating maximum limits of average illuminance with respect to the aforementioned categories, as well as limits of emission by reflection, spectral radiance, and correlated color temperature limits. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. The Chilean regulation also provides that regarding ornamental and decorative lighting, it must be turned off between 00 hours and 0700 hours. Only exceptionally and subject to prior authorization of the appointed regional presidential delegate, ornamental and decorative lighting can be kept on for more than the indicated time. Also, during the development of cultural, sports and festive activities, and provided that they are of a sporadic and transitory nature, the aforementioned time restriction can be extended subject to the previous authorization granted by the respective municipality. It is important to highlight that the Chilean regulation indicates that future emitting sources that are created from the use of new technologies must comply with the limits indicated by the aforementioned regulation. This demonstrates clearly a governmental decision in order to adopt a sustained policy over time, in order to permanently safeguard the darkness and stillness of the Chilean national skies, and especially those belonging to the north of the country, including the Atacama Desert region, both for the protection and development of the current astronomical observation taking place in such a region, as well as for the future projects to be implemented in it. It should be noted that the national norm also establishes a certification and inspection mechanism through laboratories specially authorized for this purpose by the competent Chilean authority and aimed as a safeguard to the due compliance with the requirements set forth in the regulation. As for the validity of the Chilean regulation, it is called to entry into a full effective force in order to regulate emissions from outdoor lighting, preventing therefore pollution by artificial luminosity, from 1 year counted from the date of its publication, that is October 18, 2024. With regard to emitting sources in the areas of astronomical importance, full compliance with Chilean regulation may not exceed a maximum period of 5 years, counted from the entry into force of the Decree Number 1, meaning October 18, 2029. Chile, through the regulations in questions and in accordance with the guidelines expressed by the United Nations Office of the Peaceful Use of Space, and recognizing the privileged role it corresponds to it, both in present and future astronomical observation and exploration, in view of its nature and outstanding skies, has made the decision to provide due protection for future generations of such conditions. The norm issued on October 18, 2023, he analyzed, is a first step in a firmly decision in this regard. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this informative presentation. Now I move to the next presentation, the fifth presentation on my list, Space Sustainability, the Advent of Commercial On-Orbit Servicing and Immediate Need for Space Norms, by the distinguished representative of Japan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, I'm Nobu, a founder and CEO of Astroscale. Yesterday and last April, I had the chance to discuss the issue of space sustainability here in Vienna, and I emphasized that in space, the risk is increasing, the return is diminishing, and also explained that there's hope. On-orbit servicing, or OOS, like debris removal, life extension, can flip the situation. So today, I will not repeat the issue itself, but I will discuss how commercial technologies are for debris mitigation and remediation are emerging, and how we address safety and transparency for related technologies. Next slide, please. Astroscale is an 11-year-old company and committed to ensure safe and sustainable development of space. Next slide, please. We operate globally in 5 countries with 600 members representing over 30 nationalities, quite diverse, and we successfully completed IPO early this month. This underscores the recognition by global investors of the significance of space sustainability. Next slide. Until 4 years ago, we had almost zero revenue, but we have started capturing business opportunities through 4 OOS mission lines. end-of-life service, or EOL, for debris mitigation, and active debris removal, or ADR, for debris remediation, life extension, or LEX, to dock and move the client satellite or refuel to the satellites which run out of fuel. Institute Space Assurance Awareness, or ISSA, to observe the debris or defunct satellites. Next slide, please. The technologies used for these services are known for rendezvous and proximity operations technologies, or RPO technologies, for unprepared objects. And RPO technologies enable precise approach and docking, and once mastered, this technology opened the door for debris removal, refueling, relocation, or even the use of the space assets. Next slide, please. We are proving these technology in space with two missions. The first one is ELSA-D, the world's first space debris removal technology demonstration satellite, which we launched 3 years ago. We launched both servicing satellite and dummy debris together and separated out and captured with a magnetic capture mechanism, and separated out far away and approach and find, and then finally we had autonomous tracking of the debris. We successfully completed the mission and lowered its altitude so that it can burn up in the atmosphere in a couple of years to be compliant with the future regulations. Next slide, please. This is ADRAS-J, the world's first real debris inspection mission. We successfully launched this February, and the client object is the rocket upper stage generated by Japan. It's a H-2A rocket upper stage, a 10-meter size, 3-ton gigantic object. Next slide, please. ADRAS-J program is called Commercial Removal of Debris Demonstration, or CRD2 program, initiated by JAXA, and Astroscale was selected as a partner, and we designed, developed, launched, and operate ADRAS-J with the support from JAXA. Next slide, please. Before showing the real image of the debris, let me explain ADRAS-J was not only a technology demonstration, but also a safety and a transparency demonstration. We implemented the best practices for safety and transparency in collaboration with the Japanese government. The Japanese government issued guidelines for on-orbit servicing and requiring satellite operators to justify their the purposes of lawful business conduct and develop necessary subsystems for safety purpose, provide operations and maneuver plans for safety, and provide transparency. We followed them. Next slide, please. For the safety, there are 3 key points. The first, permission. We obtained permission for both the client of the service and the debris owner. Second, we implemented collision safety measures. For trajectory design, we made extensive simulations considering the realistic errors and disturbance in space. For satellite system design, we identified extensive list of failure modes and designed a system to automatically detect, isolate, and safely respond to failures. For the ground system and the operations, we had also the safety system. And overall, we have one fail-tolerant solution to ensure safety. Thirdly, we collaborated with global SSA providers, ensuring the transparency in our mission so that they can track us anytime. Next slide, please. In terms of the transparency, we provide detailed information both on our website and the government website. And our disclosure information is comprehensive and exhaustive. Next slide.
So let's go back to the Address J mission. So Address J mission begins with initial checkout, and click please. Click please. Thank you. So followed by the absolute navigation, and click please. And once it locates the client, it will transition to the relative navigation, click please. And enters proximity operations using a safe trajectory. So this trajectory ensures that even if the spacecraft encounters an anomaly, it will not collide with the debris. And click please. And finally, Address J approaches to the 50 meters of the debris and conduct observations. And let's see the reality. Next slide, please. Click please. So during the absolute navigation phase, the client is not visible, and click please. However, we detected the debris as a small dot, click please. As we approached, the client became visible with multiple pixels, and click please. And eventually arrived several hundred meters away from the client. This is the world's first image of the real debris in space. And next slide, please. So this is a time-lapse sequence of the real debris, 3-ton, 10-meter debris, gigantic. It was actually beautiful, although it's just garbage. And by the way, the debris is not stopping. The debris is traveling around the Earth at 7 to 8 kilometers per second, and achieving this technology was no small feat. We successfully proved the technology's ability to rendezvous to any objects in space from the ground. Next slide, please. So these images hold a wealth of information for the spacecraft design, academic hypothesis, and the future of active debris removal. In particular, attitude and motion of the target debris provides variable insights for us. Next slide, please. There have been typical concerns for active debris removal, including weather technologies and how much cost it costs. And we are concerned about the dual-use nature and liability issues. But we have addressed these issues. And as you can see on the right side, and then we are overcoming with examples. Next slide, please. We have been awarded the second phase of the CRD2 program, and our next mission involves approaching the same 3-ton debris and capture and removing it. And development is already underway, and while space sustainability has been long-standing topic for the discussion, but it's crucial to take more decisive actions because commercially viable solutions are emerging. And I hope that you and USA and the member states collaborate together to address space debris mitigation and remediation in future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Now we move to the sixth presentation on my list on re-entry of space debris into the atmosphere by the Observer for the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates. My name is Hannah Brown, and it is my honor to provide a presentation titled Re-entry of Space Debris into the Atmosphere on behalf of the International Civil Aviation Organization, a UN specialized agency. Next slide, please. I will discuss the following topics. Next slide, please. Space debris from satellites, stage re-entries, and on-orbit constellations pose risk to aircraft in the form of physical impact. Such debris can penetrate critical structures or be ingested by engines, resulting in catastrophic outcomes. The lack of reliable data and the complex nature of re-entries poses a challenge in accurately forecasting their impact, which in turn complicates efforts to mitigate risks and ensure the safety of aviation operations. This uncertainty hinders the development of effective countermeasures and leaves aviation stakeholders vulnerable to the potential consequences of uncontrolled re-entries. Next slide, please. Current safety standards focus primarily on the ground-based consequences of re-entering debris, neglecting the complexities of airborne risks. This limited scope leads to inaccurate models when assessing the threat to aircraft and airspace systems, as it fails to account for the distinct factors involved in injuring a person on the ground versus onboard an aircraft. Key differences include the area of vulnerability, number of people, time aloft, debris size, and frequency of flights, which are critical considerations for mitigating risks in both scenarios. Next slide, please. Challenges related to predicting and responding to uncontrolled reentries are as follows. Current methods for tracking and predicting reentry of controlled debris are inherently variable due to the potential inaccuracies in tracking data used to monitor debris, complexities in modeling atmospheric density and its impact on reentry trajectory, and the difficulty in accounting for the complex shapes and unknown attitude evolution of uncontrolled debris objects. Additionally, large margins of error must be incorporated into reentry predictions to account for the uncertainties involved, further complicating the accuracy of these methods. The type of information traditionally disseminated to the public is not actionable for airspace users. Instead, aircraft operators, air navigation service providers, and civil aviation authorities call for more detailed information, including the precise location and timing of debris fall, the duration of debris presence in the airspace, and the potential impact on airspace users. During previous reentries, there were inconsistent closures of airspace. Unclear information about debris fall locations can potentially increase the risk to the airspace system as it hinders meaningful understanding and effective response strategies. This uncertainty can lead to no-notice holding of aircraft in certain sectors of airspace, disrupting operations and posing a threat to safety. Furthermore, closing large volumes of airspace, which can span thousands of miles, is impractical. As a result, the information provided is typically used as safety advisories rather than a means to actually restrict airspace. Having more accurate and actionable information will enable airspace users and air navigation service providers to implement safer and more efficient operations. Next slide, please. The Chicago Convention, which governs civil aviation, intersects with the Outer Space Treaty, which establishes the framework for international space law. This junction of legal regimes creates a complex environment for addressing the risks associated with uncontrolled debris to civil aviation. The risk uncontrolled debris poses to aircraft and airspace systems is a complex, multifaceted problem requiring a comprehensive, multi-sector solution. ICAO supports the implementation of the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities and the space debris mitigation guidelines on the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. These documents provide a good structure and foundation for further multilateral progress in this area, but its success very much depends on the collaboration between respective air and space entities. Next slide, please. To begin addressing the risk to civil aviation and airspace systems posed by uncontrolled reentries, several strategies could be employed. First, favoring targeted, controlled reentries in less congested areas. Also, regulators could require reliable deorbit systems on vehicles to ensure a controlled reentry process and leverage existing technology to direct and guide reentering debris, enhancing mitigation efforts. By implementing such measures, the aviation and airspace risks associated with uncontrolled reentries could be more effectively addressed through a comprehensive, multifaceted approach. Next slide, please. We greatly encourage the continued collaboration between the respective UN organizations led by the United Nations Office of Space Affairs on space matters, which enable a one UN approach to address some of the issues outlined in this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Distinguished delegates, I will shortly adjourn this meeting. Before doing so, I would like to inform delegates of our schedule of work for this afternoon. We will meet promptly at 3 p.m. We'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 8, Report of the Legal Subcommittee on its 63rd session. We'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 9, Space and Sustainable Development. We'll then suspend the plenary meeting so that the working group on the legal term sustainability of outer space activities can hold its second meeting. Following the adjournment of the working group meeting, we resume the plenary meeting and proceed with technical presentations. There are 5 technical presentations scheduled for this afternoon. Delegates are reminded that the updated schedule of technical presentations is available on the session's webpage. I would like to inform delegates that the Secretariat has made available conference room paper entitled Program 5, Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, Proposed Program Plan for the period 2025, document A/AC 105/2024/CRP3. In connection to this conference room paper, I would like to inform delegations that the program of work for the period 2025 for the Office for Outer Space Affairs will be presented under Agenda Item 17, Other Matters, previously estimated to be considered on Wednesday, June 26. I would like to inform delegates that during lunchtime today, the Working Group on Use of Nuclear Power Sources in Outer Space will hold its second informal meeting in room M2 from 1:30 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. in hybrid format. Also, during lunchtime today, there will be a side event entitled Space, Situation Awareness Activities and Global Coordination, organized by the United States from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. in room M3. All delegations are invited. Please refer to COPUOS 2024 session webpage for a detailed schedule of side events. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. For this afternoon, I asked my distinguished colleagues, the Vice Chair of the Committee, Ambassador Juan Francisco Facchetti, and the Vice Chair Hassan Abbas, to co-chair the meeting due to some commitments that I have, so we'll be in able hands. Thank you, Juan and Hassan. And allow me, therefore, to wish you already now a pleasant weekend in Vienna and to thank you for your cooperation over the past days. This meeting is adjourned until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you very much.